Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name's Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. Yeah, sorry about that. So, I'll explain how that mistake occurred, because it's actually more reasonable than you'd think. When I would end a stream, I would immediately make the lobby, like the waiting room for the next stream. And when I would make that, I would get the link for the chat and put it into OBS so it's ready for the next stream. And then, have it all set up and everything. However, this waiting room has been around for like over a week. And second, I haven't checked recently, but last I checked, YouTube or OBS or someone, the entire chat system broke, which is why you don't see the chat on screen. Literally take the YouTube live chat and just glue it onto my chat window. And that's what they did. It just broke everything I had. You know what? Let's test it. We'll test it right now. We will test it live on stream. The Bergen Trails achievement? Which one's that one again? Oh, it's fixed! It's fixed! Let me check here. Hey, there you go. Oh, peace of mind. That's the one that broke me. I had to cheat to get that one. There weren't really many cheats around for crosscode, but what there was someone basically someone managed to find the file designated for the turrets, edit it, and post it online. And that file basically made the turrets fire blanks. So the turrets effectively have nothing. So they basically don't fire anything, and it removes pretty much... I know it removes all the challenge, but it was the only way I was getting through it. Yeah, well, good for you. I fucking suffered through all of that. In all honesty, though, the only one that really gave me trouble was the second one. With the where you had the extra ice and then the turrets. I would screw up a bit on the way, but it was mostly just the end. Because, like, the knockback and ice physics, where you're basically trapped on that island dodging them, all it took was one wrong shot to hit you, and you were fucked. Alright, so yeah, let's head into the game here, because now that chat's fixed... What audio channel is this? Is this 4? Yes, it's 4. Alright, now that chat's fixed, I can... Hello, Ayaka, by the way. I don't know if you're still here, but hello. Oh, yeah. I don't know. If you don't think that final boss was enough, the DLC... So the DLC technically has 3 final bosses. You have the game, you have the Crossworld's final boss, you have Crosscode's final boss, and then you have the optional super boss. And they are all varying degrees of hard. I'm not even kidding. The super boss and the Cross Worlds final boss fucking, like, you can... You know, once you beat them, go check those streams, like, of the first playthrough. Oh my fucking god, I lost my mind. I had to lower, like, the enemy pattern speed in the menu. I'd use the sliders. Oh, it broke me. I'm so happy chat's working again. Anyways. So, what I do remember, which is when I made this title, is that we are taking on the cult. What's the map button? Okay, so map. So, direction-wise, I think we're heading up here. This was an optional path I did, and I remember this led to one of the game's super dungeons. There are 3 super dungeons, and I think I've found them all. Right? One was over here. I think it's this one here. One is all the way down... Where the fuck is it? I don't know. Somewhere down here. Might be right here. I just noticed there's a little bit here that's uncovered. Oh. I think I found the third one. I just don't remember where it is. But anyways, yeah, we're heading this way now. Yeah, see, there's a reason it's my favorite game. And just remember, don't stop with, oh, bullet, well, there is bullet hell, I'll tell you that. I don't know, it's debatable. I never fought any of the super bosses in Grandia, so I can't, honestly, I don't have a point to comment on with that. But to me, they were hard. But I also say, definitely make sure to give the game a playthrough on New Game Plus 2. Just, not even just for anything specific, but because some of the options actually alter character dialogue. If I remember correctly, level, armor, items, elements, and then the hacks thing where you get Sergei's hacks. You've seen that already by now. All of those change the dialogue. The hacks one changes it the most. Additionally, so you saw at the beginning of the game where Apollo freaks out because you're level 4 instead of level 3. If you're too high leveled, he freaks out even more. But if you actually use the modifier to remove experience gain, play through the intro, he will actually criticize you for being level 1. It's actually crazy. That was like a really nice touch by the developers, because there's only one small niche way to even do it. Equipment level and player level are different. So it wouldn't actually change anything. Like, you don't need to be level 3 to equip the level 3 weapon. All character level is to basically just keep you up to date with current gear. So basically, your character will naturally level as you progress through the game. And, true. But you can't equip gear in the tutorial. You'd have the Apollo discussion before you could equip gear. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button, sorry. Yeah, but you can't equip gear before you talk with Apollo. Because you gotta keep in mind, what makes you level is the crab boss. Right? It's explained in the game. The entire reason Lee reaches level 4 is because the crab boss actually causes you to get additional experience. So the only way to get no experience on that boss is to use the New Game Plus modifier 0 experience. Additionally, I'll tell you this too. Additionally, if you cheat, like your level or whatever, and then challenge Apollo in a duel, he'll have unique dialogue based on whether you beat him or whether you lose. I learned this recently. Back in November on my anniversary, so I made a stream goal that on 1,000 subs, I would play through Crosscode with the prepare to high modifier, which makes every single enemy attack one-shot you. And I was going to play with that, and I decided to trial run it. How far, like, just play up to a certain point. And I played up to the Apollo duel and lost. And he actually made a comment that I'd never seen before about how it turns out being a high level didn't really mean much. But that's only because he was able to one-shot me. By the way, I've come to my some people might get mad at me for this, but I need money, so I don't give a fuck whether people are gonna criticize me for it or not. Because I can't live off of nothing. I basically did. Well, I guess I don't have to say place. I have this. So I've applied for a few more jobs. I've not heard back from any of them. If I don't hear anything by about Tuesday or Wednesday, I am going to start applying for just really, I basically, I'll just say a common fast food restaurant and leave it at that. That is always hiring, and I have a friend that works there, and she said that, I'd pretty much be guaranteed 40 hours if I asked for it. So, now, as it stands right now, my goal is, you know, if I can't get anything else, I'll just try to move up within the company. I don't see why not. I may also look at the option of working nights. And, apparently, this place has, because it's 24-hour, right? This place has like a 2-hour premium for night shift, which is fucking insane. That puts it near, not as much, but near my assistant manager wage that I was making. Like about $1 shorter than that or so. Or maybe like 50 cents. So, you know, I'm not necessarily against that either. I used to work a night shift before. However, that would influence when I can stream. Because I would likely be streaming in the mornings when I got home from work rather than in the nights. So, we will see about that. I wouldn't want to work nights without asking some questions first. But in all honesty, working nights, barely having to deal with customers sounds like the fucking dream. But at the same time, I know it's gonna happen. The only thing I'd be nervous about is a drive-through. And it's like, I'm not nervous about talking per se. I'm just nervous about the whole like ordering process in and of itself. Like, I just don't want to, I just don't want, like, I've watched people do the drive-thrus, and I'm just like, fuck, this confuses the hell out of me. Like, they're taking an order on the headset, but they're not at the register. So I'm like, how are you inputting this order? Like, there has to be something I'm missing, right? Like, And that's not just one place. Like, that's multiple places. Yeah, it's crazy to me. But my friend told me there's positions. So she's like, basically, at this restaurant, there's 3 primary positions. Maintenance, service, and kitchen. So kitchen makes the food. Service is basically, you know, doing all the front stuff. So, like, you know, helping customers, working the registers, doing drive-through, making coffee, all the quick and simple stuff. Meanwhile, and then maintenance is looking after the, like, store area. So, like, mopping, sweeping, cleaning tables, changing garbages, stuff like that. In all honesty, I don't really give a fuck which I do. It's just, I would need it to be full-time. Like, that'd be something I'd need to discuss, too. Is like, I need 40 hours. But yeah, I've, you know, I got some advice. You know, I think I don't know if I talked about this, but I'll talk about it again anyway. So I got advice on Reddit about, not my advice, it was just advice to a post, and it was pretty much like, it's all a game. There's going to be moments you don't like, there's going to be moments that'll make you happy, but you just gotta keep playing, just gotta keep moving forward. And in the worst case scenario, you leave, you still learn something from it. Right? Like, you know, comparing the analogy, I don't like Souls-like games, right? If I played one, there's probably moments that'll make me feel happy, but there'll also be moments that'll make me angry and pissed off. But in the end, when I leave the game, I'll come out learning something, whether it's I fucking hate Souls-like games, or I learned how to be more tactical in my fighting, right? There's tons of different ways to come out from learning something, whether from a positive or negative experience, right? So, I gotta just treat everything like it is what it is, right? And stop trying to get emotionally attached to it. I feel like that's a big problem. I don't know if it is, like, or if it's the same in your country, Lizriel, but, like, over here in North America specifically, because I feel like it happens in the States a lot too, is like, they build up this illusion that you're supposed to love your job when, like, and like that disillusions a lot of the youth into thinking that all the jobs they want are like happy-dory type jobs, when in reality, like, a lot of people hate their jobs, or a lot of people just do what they gotta do, right? Like, there are people that love their jobs, don't get me wrong, and that scale is all over the place. There's CEOs that love what they do. There's managers that love what they do. There's part-timers that love what they do, right? I'm not saying you can't love what you do, but I'm just saying, like, you know, the whole industry very much feels disillusioning, if you will. Oh yeah, I just remembered, the other hidden passageway was, I think, near Burial Hill or whatever. Anyway, before I move forward here, I'm gonna close this window because I don't need it anymore. This was something I loaded shortly after my last Grim Dawn stream. I wanted to just keep an eye on... Didn't I make a sheet of paper that said what I wanted to grab for... Yeah, here we go. What I wanted to grab for I want to just make sure that I'm not missing any shrines. I think I should have that one. Flooded passage? See, the game doesn't tell me where all this was located. This is Foggy Bank. So it says for Act 1, which I'm assuming is leading up to the primary... Which Act 1, I think, leads up to... Does that lead up to here? Should be 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So evidently it seems I'm missing 2. Alright, let me just see what... Because I know there is one in the well here. How do I get in here again? This is not where I want. I'm looking for... Where's the well? Where I had to go and unclog the water.
Killed the warden, eh? So one bastard killed another. Just keeping my gun.
Yeah. And what you're good at doesn't necessarily mean what you doesn't necessarily mean something you always like. And like that's kind of a realization I'm having, right? Like in all honesty, I probably would have liked trades if I had more of an opportunity to enter them when I was younger. If they were presented more to me. You know, and like now it's like I considered trades and I realized I just didn't know anything. I didn't know enough. I didn't have a preference, and I felt like it's gonna be hard, in my opinion, to get into a trade where I'm just like, I'll do whatever. I feel like I need more devotion to something to want to do it. Plus the fact that no one wants to fucking hire, no one wants to train. Everyone wants experience, and that really doesn't fucking help me. Alright, where's...
Any progress with Homestead? Oh, I can't blame him.
Where... do I actually... Where does this go? Stairs down. Okay, so that might actually be what I want then. Hi. You're all just gonna die. You're all gonna die very quickly. Painfully and slowly. I would recommend not getting in my way. Goodbye. I'm changing weapons. What's my weapon swap again? There it is. I see no reason to have to get my hands dirty. I'll just shoot them all. These guys are all level like 13 to 15. I just hit 41. I'm only in here to try and find if I'm try and find all the shrines. Like, I'll admit, in Canada, they do have a careers course. So so in Canada, high school is separate. I don't know how it is, obviously, in Russia, but in Canada, at least my part of Canada, high school has 2 semesters. The first semester ends at the end of January, where you write your exams. The second semester ends at the end, or like mid-June, I guess I would say. So the first semester is 4 classes. The same 4 classes every day, and then second semester is a different set of 4 classes. There are some classes you have to take. You need 30 credits to graduate. There's 32 options, so if you maintain well, you can get some spares in grade 12. But I didn't. But you have to have 4 English credits, 3 math credits, a French credit, a science credit, an arts credit, a gym credit, and then the civics and careers credit, which are each half a credit because they each take up half a semester. Which I think is bad, because you're devoting literally a quarter of a school year in grade 10 to teach people about getting jobs and about the politics of their country. And my circumstances were even worse, so I literally didn't actually learn. So that is a restored shrine. So this is Devil's Aquifer. I have this one. Okay. Thankfully, this website I'm using is an actual checklist, so let's get out of here. I don't actually need to be in here now. We'll go check this one up on Burial Hill. But yeah, like, my circumstances led me to kind of get an even poorer civics and career education, so I pretty much, like, I know kind of how the Canadian government works, but very minorly. And I... Why do I have a part of the map uncovered? That bothers me, because it's literally right at the beginning of the game here. But, like, I feel like I really missed out on, like, effectively how to get a job and everything. Oh my god, this guy has an actual quest. What level is your quest? Isn't this guy... How far from... Okay, we're not that far from Homestead. Well, let's go talk to this guy, wherever he is. Hi. Thank you. Here, take everything you found out. I've found out there. It's not much, but maybe this could be of some use. He doesn't have another quest, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know, at the very least, that is a quest I missed. Alright. So, this is Burial Hill. I'm almost positive I got this one. These, the dungeon I'd be going into has 2 exits, so... Yeah, I want to make sure I get every shrine, because I pretty much need exactly every shrine to get the build I want. Yeah, for us it's like, so you'd have to take 12 grades. High school is only 4 though. There's no middle school where I am in Canada anyways. And the way it goes is like, is that a restored shrine? That is a restored shrine. So this is Burial Hill. I know, like, I wanted to progress, but this was very important. I actually intended to do this not too long ago. Yeah, so you have to take an English credit each grade, like grade 9, 10, 11, and 12 English. However, grade 9 and 10 are the same no matter what you do, I believe. But grade 11, you then choose whether you want to do university or college level English. Either counts, but basically you can't apply to a university without doing a university credit. But college, like, because in Canada anyways, colleges and universities are counted kind of differently. Colleges are counted, like, not to say they're bad, but just, like, they generally don't require as much of an education as universities do. This one's done. So the next flooded passage. Where the fuck is flooded passage? Oh. Maybe I should go to the rift that says the flooded passage. I don't have it. It's right here. By the way, that's the third ultra super dungeon right here. I blew up the wall, walked in there, was hit with 3 powerful alternative conditions and said, fuck no, and walked out. I missed this. Alright, let's go get it. But yeah, it, and then, grade 9, so French, gym, science, art, and when I say art counts as anything that encompasses the arts. So it's not necessarily an art class, it could be music, drama, anything along those lines. It just has to be an artistic method of performance or whatever. I ended up doing instrumental music as mine, which I did terrible at. Because, evidently enough, my grade 7 and 8 music teacher basically babied us to the point that I did so well. And then my grade 9 teacher, who also knew my sister, who was very good in his class, let me put it to you in a way that simplifies it, Lizreal. Basically, so I can't say day 1 because more or less day 1 was a gym class because they had just opened a new wing to the school and the music class was being moved to that new wing, but they hadn't moved anything yet. So my first class was literally carting instruments from one side of the school to the other. But anyway, day 2, we go in, we select our instruments. I think we didn't start playing till like day 3. On day 3, we basically pull out our instruments and stuff. Oh, it is restored. Why didn't it show up on the map? He says, all right, everyone, get your instruments ready. Let's play our B flat scale. And I go, my what? Had no idea what the B flat scale was. No idea. Did 2 years of instrumental music. Never knew it. Never heard of the B flat scale. I just kind of pretended to play. Until we actually ended up doing a project where we wrote down what all the scales were. And from there I was able to, And from there, I was able to get it all figured out. So I imagine this is probably the burial cave. We'll head in there next. But yeah, I passed with a 50. And apparently my dad said that the teacher said, I'll give him a 50 to pass as long as he promises to never take instrumental music ever again. I had no problem with that. Not like I planned to be a professional trombone player. But yeah, pretty much grade 9, you had no choices. Grade 9 was entirely, no choices. This one. Yeah, no choices in grade 9 at all. Grade 10, you could now because most of your mandatory credits were out of the way, you could now, do more, or I think you had 2 electives in grade 10. So from, my grade 10 experience was actually very different, than most, most notably because the first semester was, ended with me getting kicked out of my first school, and the second semester was me in a program to, get me integrated back into high school, so it technically really wasn't an actual high school class. Grade 11, I think I had 1 class in a normal high school, and the rest were in that program. And then that was first semester. Second semester, I had 2, and then I graduated from the program for grade 12. So I had an official grade 12 experience, but I had to do a lot to catch up because I had failed some classes and stuff, and I had to do a summer co-op at my summer job just so I could, because basically I was, I was going into grade 12, or was that, grade 11? I was effectively 2 credits short of being able to potentially graduate on time. That's kind of how bad it was. Based on the track record I was going on, I would have finished grade 12 with 28 credits and not been able to graduate. Meaning I would have had to do another semester of school just to get the 30 credits so I could graduate. And, but thankfully co-op classes actually only, actually give you 2 credits, and you can do summer co-ops. And my summer job was willing to, allow me to do a credit there while I do the schoolwork while I'm there. Which is good because I learned more on that co-op than I should have learned in terms of, you know, health and safety and training than I did on the job. Not to say they didn't teach me things, like, I was given safety equipment when I was told to weed whack and stuff, but, like, I wasn't given any WMIS training and stuff like that, and... Dangerous domain. How dangerous are we talking here? Are these things gonna scale to my level dangerous, or... What's the modifier? Monsters have increased attack speed. That's not that bad. They are indeed scaled to my level. But faster attack speed doesn't really scare me. I'm gonna make sure I keep dropping portals, though, because that's really what saved me all those other times. I don't think there's a shrine in here, but I'm still just gonna explore because I haven't already. But yeah, I was still thankful that my summer job was willing to do that, because that got me the 2 credits I was missing. And then I was able to graduate on time. Just barely. I did grade 12 philosophy, and that broke me. I got a 50 in that class as well. Almost didn't pass it. Oh yeah, quantum physics. That sounds like a fun class. Have you, I gotta ask, have you seen any of the animated versus, like, stuff? I know the new, recent one was animation versus geography. He's also done versus math. He's done versus,
I can't carry anymore.
physics.
See anything you like?
I would definitely check it out. That guy's been doing animations for forever. But you, like, if you had to do physics and stuff and understand enough of it, or the math, you'd probably get some of them. One armor doesn't make that worth it. Ooh, that's such a jump to armor. Ooh, boy. But I lose so much. Two-handed axe. Yeah, I don't do enough bleed for that to be worth it. No. No, no. I'm gonna look at that, even though I'm looking at it now. Oh my god! Oh, the armor, though. The armor's terrible. But that's, like, fucking huge. Physical damage. Fire damage. Oh, well, it converts ether damage. I don't know. Well, ether to physical, which I guess is fine, but... I'm gonna keep that. That doesn't look half bad. Am I holding on to that because I want to keep it, or... I think so, right? Yeah. I lose physical damage, but I gain... I lose about 2/3 of the physical damage bonus, but... Fire goes up by 1%. Burn goes down by 1%, but lasts a third... like, a third longer. And then it buffs electricity, which isn't even on here. Which isn't even on my old one. No. 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 Oh, that stuff's just gonna end up being junk because it's all like really low leveled stuff.
See you around.
Oops. Alright, let me go deposit some all the components and stuff that I have.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Oh, I forgot to sell these. Ooh, there's an amulet. I already have one in.
I'll keep
Alright.
an eye out for this.
You see anything you like? Put it to good use.
Alright. I died, but I got the portal up. I knew it was coming. Okay, one's dead. The guy I killed was a summoner, so I all it takes is for me to just slowly dwindle down the other numbers until it's just me and the boss left.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Die. I don't know if that's going to be the only boss in here, but... like, the experience I lose on death is so minimal. Dude, like, I gained back... like, that was probably only off of one of my deaths, because you don't stack graves or anything, but... I got back 2,000 experience. It was enough for me to see it, but it was very little. Like, I'm pretty sure I could easily go just fight a few enemies and get all that. Alright. Get rid of all these guys because this shrine thing here is going to give me a lot of grief. I already know it. Oh! I got the portal up, so I'm not worried. Oh. Another boss.
I can't do that yet.
Holy shit, what did this guy do to me?
Do that yet.
Can you, like, lock on, please? This guy's fucking poison damage is insane. Stop mapping! What the fuck? I was pressing A and it kept opening the map.
skill's not ready.
Doesn't matter to me because he doesn't regen, so he doesn't regen health, so I can literally just win this through attrition.
That skill's not ready.
Fuck you.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
I was a split second from my potion being up again, but that poison is fucking brutal. Like, I wasn't even poisoned that time. I don't know what that DOT is, but both poison and that DOT are basically fatal to me, and he can put them both on me. Dead. Like, I understand this is a danger zone, so it's like the enemies here are designed to be stronger, so I can't really be mad. But, like... It's kind of crazy. Whenever I would look up forum posts on this game, almost everyone plays it hardcore. It's kind of crazy to me that, like, almost every post I see is about people talking about playing this game hardcore, which is, you know, all fine and well. If you want to play hardcore, go for it, but you'll never catch me playing a hardcore game. I won't even do Pokemon Nuzlocke. Like, I don't, like... The most you'll see is like what I did with my Platinum playthrough, and that was mostly just to change things up. Where I could only catch 10 Pokemon and they each had 3 lives. Speaking of that, Lizreal, I want your opinion on something, since you're the only one here right now that can give it. I wanted to do a Pokemon series where I played through each, like, kind of sort of each game, but I had 2 ideas and I wanted your opinion on them, because my ideas are basically different ways to stop me from overthinking while giving me a little bit of a challenge. So I want your input. So do you want to hear me out on this? No. Dart enemy. I still plan to play Pokemon XG, don't get me wrong. But this is just, Alright. So, my idea was going to be, like... Now, I can't play through Gen 8 games because I don't have a Switch. It would pretty much just be up to Gen 7. My plan would feature Gen 1, so I would probably play Red or Blue because there's really no reason to play Yellow. And based on one of the options, Yellow is actually not even optimal to play. Then it would be Silver or Gold. No, I'd probably play Crystal in all honesty. Play Crystal. Then it would be Emerald. And then Fire Red or Leaf Green. Yes, it would be 2 Kanto games. I plan to do this in Gen 4. I plan to play like Soul Silver and stuff as well as Platinum. And then 5, I would play Black or White, and then Black 2 or White 2, whatever the sequel is to whatever I played. And then I would play X or Y, and ORAS, one of them, and then I would play Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon. Maybe Sun and Moon, because there are slight differences. So the two different challenges. So there's two different challenges. I could technically do both, but I'd want to do one at a time. So the first challenge, I got this from MNJ TV, which is just playing I randomize everything but base stat totals. And then I use Nuzlocke and counter rules, so I can only catch the first Pokemon I see on each route. But like their types would be different, their abilities would be different, their move pools would be different. That's the first option, because it would completely throw out all knowledge I have on the game. Everything would be a surprise because I don't know, like, I could catch a Mewtwo that might learn garbage movesets, right? Like, everything would kind of be up in the air as to what I could expect. I don't know what type the other Pokemon are, etc. And then the other one is this small idea I had called Before the First, where I can utilize any Pokemon I want, but they have to be all catchable prior to the first primary challenge of the game. And I say that, as most games it would just be the first gym leader, but like for Sun and Moon, for example, it would be before the first trial. So like, this is why I said an yellow version wouldn't really work, because I have Pikachu as a starter, but I can get Pikachu in red and blue. But I can't get like Bulbasaur or Squirtle or Charmander before Brock, right? Like my options would be Reddit. Like those games would probably be the absolute hardest to figure out the accomplishment on, because like the Kanto games, because it would pretty much be like I can obviously get like a Nidoran or and a Mankey and stuff, but like I'm pretty sure I can't get, there's no grass, water, or fire Pokemon available before Brock outside of the starter, right? But I can get Pikachu in red and blue, so I can get electric. But which idea interests you more? So like, I'm not I should say in either, like, in the second idea, I'm not limited to 6 Pokemon, but any Pokemon I use has to be obtainable before Brock. And then the other one is just everything's fully randomized except base stat totals, so I don't have to get confused. But, and it would, like, I could, you know, my starter could be Palkia and I could just destroy the game, but at the same time, and like I said, I can, which one I don't do, I could do at a later date, but I only want to start with one of them right now. You think the randomized one should be fun? Or should be the first option? I'll admit, like, I agree it sounds fun, but I was actually kind of intrigued by the before the first one. Not gonna lie, like, just the idea that I have to team build with a very limited pool of Pokemon. Now, keep in mind that pool gets better in some games than others. Like, for example, I just talked about how Kanto has a very small pool of Pokemon before the first gym. It gets better in Johto. Now, one thing I want to point out too about the game, or about the before the first challenge, is that like, for a good example is Faulkner, where or maybe not Faulkner, but like, let's use, who's a good example? What generation's a good example for this? No, honestly, I can't even think of one. But any Pokemon I can obtain before challenging the first gym. So it's not like once I reach the first gym, like that's it. No, if I can go past the first gym city and still catch Pokemon, they still qualify. So like I don't have like it's if it's obtainable, not if it's before the first gym per se. But like I don't know, it just seems like I could try and put some limiters, so it's like on the remakes I can't use some of the same Pokemon. That would be kind of interesting. There's some like, but yeah, some of the games like Kanto is really hard, but then you got Pokemon games like Sun and Moon or X and Y where you got like a shit ton of options. Holy fuck, do you have options? I could get Light Ball Pikachu, which will just steamroll a good chunk of the early game. And then it'll still... Light Ball Pikachu's fucking broken if it lives. But even if it doesn't, I can just go to, like Light Ball Pikachu, I can just I can evolve it to Raichu and then just go a different path. It won't be as strong as Light Ball Pikachu. Eradicate 100 heroic monsters marked by a star. Oh, that's good to know. Like I know you gave me your opinion, but in all honesty, I'm more excited about the before the first. But I'd still actually do both. And I don't know when I'd start them. So the reason being is because of the games on my list right now. So at the end of October, Ys 10 comes out, and that's an insta play. I'm playing that like I want to play that as soon as it comes out. Then there is Visions of Mana came out. I haven't purchased that yet, but I want to get it. Like the reason I haven't purchased it is because I don't have a job right now. Once I get a job, I want to buy it, and I would really like to play it. It looks super fun, and I've been playing some the other ones too, right? So. And then. I still have Pokemon GX, or XG I need to play. How big is this zone? This is insane! The only reason, like, why this idea interests me so much is because there's so many Pokemon that are found really early game that not many people end up using. Because, obviously, the general consensus is that you find better Pokemon throughout the journey. Now, obviously... I'm going to say this right now because the DS emulator, because that's how I'd be recording this, isn't great. So I may be locked out of like time-gated Pokemon. If you don't understand what I mean, you can actually go back to my Pokemon Platinum random lock where my map. So the way I did the random lock was real because I think I don't know if you were... I don't think you were following me, because I think... Yeah, this was before Secrets of Grindia, so... In the random lock, the way it was is I randomized which starter I got. And then I randomized a Pokemon before every gym. Or before / after every gym. So basically, I randomized my starter and I got Piplup. Then I randomized my, I basically, so the way I did it, I beat that guy without dying. Yay. I picked the number of routes I had access to and then randomized which route, right? This was the easiest way to simplify it for myself. Then I found every encounter on that route and randomized between them. My first catch was Starly. Then so I had to beat the first gym with Piplup and Starly. Then, after the first gym I randomized again, Magikarp. So I got Gyarados. And then I had to beat the second gym. Did that, my next encounter was Onix, which I was actually excited for, because I wanted Onix before the first gym. And that was the last, after Gym 2 was the last, oh, look, a shrine. Sweet, I actually needed to come here.
My inventory is full.
What is this place called? Craig's Crag. Yay! I needed that. That was one of the ones I was missing.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, and I did that. And then the final Pokemon was my Master Ball. And the Master Ball was a wild card catch. So basically, every Pokemon I could obtain from every route in the game was viable for this catch. I basically rolled through I made every route in the game an optional roll. My roll ended up being Chatot. However, Chatot is not found at nighttime in Pokemon Platinum. I was only playing at nighttime. Oh, fuck off. I'm hitting the... Are you serious?
I can't carry anymore.
God damn you.
Come see what's left of my wares. Put it to good use. See anything you like?
Fuck off, come on. That is insane. 36% to all damage. I'm actually probably gonna take that. I'll see what I can do about it. But yeah, I couldn't catch Chatot, and the Daimien emulator doesn't allow Unlike Citra, the emulator doesn't allow you to edit the time of like it doesn't have its own potential standalone time. That's actually insane. And it buffs grenade. It buffs my grenade skill. I might be getting 2 new rings. The problem with this is both my rings buff cunning. And that's might really hurt me. Because I need cunning for this. I need 256. Any of these require a certain amount of cunning? Or is it just all physique? No, it just seems to be my weapon, and it's 258. Losing that level of that amount of cunning shouldn't actually change much. That's good to know. But yeah, so what I ended up doing, once I realized I couldn't really save edit the file, or I couldn't, the only way to, so Daimien basically uses your computer's clock, so the only way to change the time on it would actually have been to modify my computer clock, which I adamantly refused to do. So I chose to just end up re-rolling it, and it re-rolled to Giratina. I'm not even kidding. I couldn't have even predicted that. Basically, what it did was it re-rolled to... So, I rolled Chatot, but I didn't actually have to catch Chatot where it rolled to, because I didn't have access to the route it rolled to yet. But Chatot was available in a different route. And either way, both Chatots were not available at night. So, like, I made sure on that. And then, once I deemed that getting Chatot wouldn't be possible, I chose to sell, or I chose to reroll, and I got, I forget what the number was, but whatever the number was, it correlated to, the zone in the game where you catch Giratina. It's the only Pokemon catchable in that area of the game. So it basically just by hitting that number, it was automatically Giratina. I didn't even have to re-roll for anything else.
Iron well spent.
But yeah, that's a shit ton more damage. Probably dump this ring, but this ring I might keep for a future character.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Safe storage, no questions. It's safe with me, promise.
And to be perfectly honest, with how that playthrough went, I would have absolutely lost if I got Chatot, because Giratina ended up kind of saving the run.
Well, coming here wasn't a waste of time. Massive ring upgrades, and I got the shrine that I was actually... the shrines I was looking for. Yeah, getting another buff to grenade is also huge too. What's my grenades? So right now it's at 5 out of 6, and I only have 1 point into it. So maxing this at 16 would automatically put me at plus 20. But Lizrael, despite, like, I know that it might sound like a foolish question to ask, but so despite your opinion preferring the randomizer one, do both ideas still sound interesting? I'm just curious as to your opinion on that. Like, you already said that the randomizer one does, because every playthrough would be different, which is good. But I'm just curious as to your opinion on the before the first challenge. Okay, good. Look, allow me to allow me to, you know, I don't want to get into this idea that I think all my ideas are good. And you're the only guy that shows up to my streams more than half the time, so... And you live on the other side of the world. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, not all of them are garbage, but there are good options. You know what one thing I did want to do, though? Not a challenge run by any means, but I really wanted, like, because... I think we all know that the Gen 1 Pokemon games are fucking broken as all hell. Like, I think that's a universal fact. I really would like to just play, like, Red, Blue, or Yellow, using the knowledge I have now of just how broken that game is. Like, I want a Persian with Slash, I want a Tauros, I want Snorlax, I want Victory Bell... with Razor Leaf. Right? Just like all these Pokemon that are like guaranteed to crit. Or I want like Amnesia Slowbro. I want Glare, Rap, Ekin, or Arbok, sorry. Like, I just want to see how broken Gen 1 could be if you actually abused what Gen 1 does. Like, this, like, and by abuse, I'm mostly noting either very broken combinations. Like Rap is a very broken move. I think that's also universally understood, that Rap is very broken in Gen 1. And the Arbok strat is that you use Glare to make the opponent slower than you through paralysis, and then you just wrap them, and then they can just never attack. And then you abuse how critical hits are based off of speed, and you use a move like Slash, which has, or Razor Leaf, that have high critical hit chance. And then Victory Bell and Persian have high enough base speed that those moves will always crit. And they're stab. And then Boros and Snorlax are just monsters. And that's most notably because the other mechanic, the special stat, right, without having with special and special defense not split yet, some Pokemon are actually way more absurd in Generation 1 than they'll ever be in any other subsequent generation. Like Hypno, for example, is actually really good in Gen 1. But then they changed him to having high special defense and garbage special attack and making him basically a non-factor. Ninetales, a fantastic... Like, not to say Ninetales is garbage now, like, it has its niches, but it was actually good back then, like stat-wise anyways. And Tauros actually has, like, absurd special. It's actually kind of insane. Right, and then you just teach him Blizzard, which has 90 accuracy in Gen 1. I don't know if I'd do that on stream, though. That just seems like something I'd want to do for fun on my own. But... Alright, see you later, Lizreal. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for your insight. Like I said, it'll probably be a little bit before I even get to these challenges, because I got some games that I really want to play on my plate, but I still appreciate the insight. I'm not leaving, but I'm just uncovering this part over here that I didn't uncover. This is a huge fucking area. I'm actually like... Holy fuck. For what is effectively an optional area, like... I basically consider all dangerous domains optional areas. You don't have to, like, now granted, some quests can lead here. We saw that, at Homestead, there was a quest that led to the dangerous domain to the east of Homestead, but, and I've, not quests per se, but I've had objectives take me there before, like when I found that key to for the cult. I remember it took me a few tries, but then it's when I started realizing that you can basically death scum the bosses. I will say, I'm gonna say it again. I probably said it. I don't know. It's been almost 2 weeks since I played this game. I am really enjoying this game, and I want to emphasize too. And I know I've said this before. I think half the reason I am enjoying this game is because I randomized my class. If you didn't watch the earlier parts, I am someone that constantly thinks of new ways to play a game. So I keep making new characters, new builds. I was bad at this with Guild Wars 2. I was bad at this even with MapleStory, and you don't have options. I just had so many different classes. And tons, Borderlands 2, for example, I've done it. Like, I have so many fucking characters in Borderlands 2. Even in Borderlands 3, like, I have a lot of characters, and, in the past, when I tried to play Grim Dawn, the reason I never made it far was specifically because of that reason. I kept being like, oh, this combination of classes, this combination of classes. And it just wasn't... It just stopped being fun when you're playing the same early game over and over and over and over and over again without progressing any, because you can't keep up your mind. So when I started this game, I took all the classes and threw them in a randomizer, and it gave me Demolitionist, I believe was the first class, right? Like, let me check. Yeah, Demolitionist. And then I think it was level 10. I got my second screen, and it gave me Shaman. I combined them. I am now an Elementalist, is the nature of the class. And then once I had my class picked out, I looked at what I had and said, okay, so what am I doing for my build? I had options. I used a build maker too to just try and figure things out. But in the end, I had different options, but in the end, I decided to just go with a main attack style build. So basically, I'm really just using Fire Strike. Fire Strike is pretty much everything I'm doing. It prioritizes... it's pretty much fire physical with a good chunk of lightning. And then due to this skill back here, I'll get a little bit of chaos damage mixed in there too. I do intend to run these traits down here, which are kind of passive. And then Grenade was thrown in later to have kind of like a range / AoE move. Shaman, on the other hand, is literally only getting Brute Force, Feral Hunger, and Upheaval. I initially looked at other skills as well and stuff. I think this one here, Mogdrogan's Pact, which is entirely a defensive passive, which just increases like your health, your armor, your health regen, stuff like that. I considered that one, but in the end I backed out of it. Shaman, it's a lot more nature-based magic. So it's a lot of electric damage and minions. And bleeding, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of minions on there. It's kind of... Shaman is basically like a druid in a way, like, that kind of class. But in the end, I decided that the best case was this class had most of what I wanted. So I went all in on what I'd want, and then gave Shaman the rest. And then from there decided, like, what am I gonna do? So right now on my level ups, I'm just trying to max Demolitionist, so I can get access to the final trait, which is Brimstone. And then once Brimstone is maxed, I need 1 point into Shattered Blast. I'll probably put that in along the way, just to unlock it. And then I will start maxing Grenade. I'll probably put 1 point into Uzulin's Wrath just to unlock it as well. And then, yeah, Shaman's traits aren't, like, this is the only one just because it adds lightning damage to any two-handed weapon I use, which is why I'm using two-handed weapons. And then if you look at these traits, like this one's based off one-handed and increases your crit and reduces increases your crit damage, total damage, and energy skill cost is reduced. But this one is critical damage and total damage, but at a higher number. Alright, this is the final path, and I'm assuming it loops around because I'm assuming I can see it land over here, so... Hi, my friends. I don't like that you're casting a lot of poison. I need to change to a ranged weapon because every single one of you is ranged. So big. I want to get back to finding the other shrines. I just hope there's no shrines in the like the super dungeons. That's my only hope. And by super dungeons, I mean the 3 dungeons that have, like, I'm in a dangerous domain. And those all have strong enemies as well as a modifier. So in this case, reckless, where the enemies have a 10% attack speed. In the super dungeons, there's 3 like late game dungeons or dungeon areas where there's 3 modifiers. And they're the hardest areas in the game. They're all optional though. I do have a quest that needs me to go into one of them, but hey, look, a boss. That grenade went nowhere near the enemy that I had an arrow over the head of. He's dead.
I can't do that yet.
Sorry, I meant I hit the potion skill by accident for no reason. I'm surprised, like, there's all this here, but like nothing is like there's nothing on that altar. Yeah, there would have to be planning for before the first challenge, and that planning gets a lot easier as things go forward, because the thing is, especially after my monotype challenges, I learned how easy it is to, like, well, not easy, but just how you, it's a lot easier to just simply rely on stab than to have coverage in some cases. And in all honesty, I learned that lesson from watching, like, False Swipe Gaming. Because what happens is you'd see the movesets. You would see the movesets. He would show off some of the movesets to some of the Pokemon. But then, some of the Pokemon would just, like, some of them would only have stab moves. And it's like, obviously, that's where you're switching. Or some Pokemon just naturally hit hard enough that they don't need anything else. Like, even if they just had... Unless it's, like, quad resisted. Some Pokemon literally don't have anything to fear. Okay, so... That's all well and good, but... How do I access this area? Oh, is it... Oh, I think I see it. I think there's a path. Is that a path there? No, that's not. How do I get here then? There's no bridge or anything. Yeah, there would need to be some planning in regards to the, before the first, because, like, I'd want to make sure I know what team I want. And like I said, I would probably bar repeats for sequels, or at least some of them. Because, like, obviously I want to use some good Pokemon, but... And in some cases, you know, coverage is going to be coverage, no matter how you look at it. So it's like, I don't want to throw, like, if I were to say run Bulbasaur, like, I can always just choose a different starter. That's super easy to do. But, like, in this case, though, if that's the case, I may just run yellow. As crazy as it sounds, I may just run yellow. Like, I know Pikachu's not strong. Like, I know I can evolve right. I can get right. But that would also be an optional pick, right? Like, this ability to run Raichu over Pikachu. I probably also wouldn't be using... Well, I was about to say I probably wouldn't be using Pikachu, but that all depends on the catches I can get. Some Pokemon... Because the thing is, yellow and red and blue have different encounters to some degree. So, because it's meant to be more in line with the anime. But I'm pretty sure that would mean, like, you know, pause for a sec. I'm going to look up Bulbapedia. Bulbapedia Route 1. Kanto Route 1. And we're going to go, we'll open up a Pallet Town page. So Pallet Town is where we start, right? You, obviously fishing means nothing. Fishing means nothing. Fishing means nothing. Okay, well, it's interesting that it's not showing me starter options in Pallet Town. Like, that's where you get your starters. Usually they're shown as gifts. Well, either way, we know what the starter is. Oh, Pikachu's listed here in for Route 1, but yeah, that's the starter. Um, so obviously both get Pikachu, or both get Pidgey and Rattata. Um, Viridian City won't have anything I can use. You can, like, obviously you can surf and fish, but I wouldn't be able to do that by this point in the game. So we got Route 22 to the east, or to the west. Yellow has Rattata, Spearow, Nidoran, and Mankey. But red and blue do not have Mankey. But they do have Nidoran. Both they do have all the other sames. I just want to check Mankey. Is Mankey available there in Fire Red and Leaf Green? It is. I don't know why I had to open a Mankey page. I could just keep scrolling down. Yeah. But Fire Red and Leaf Green cannot catch Nidoran there. So that's interesting information. So exactly right there. Yellow can run Nidoran. Or even just red and blue. Both of them can. All three versions can run. I could technically run both Nidorans. I could have a Nidoqueen and a Nidoking on the team. Defensively, that's a terrible option. Like, offensively, it's not bad because they both have very wide move pools. Now, the question is, how many Moonstones do you get, right? Because obviously, I don't think I can get Jigglypuff or I can't get Clefairy before Brock. That's not happening. I'm 90% sure, 99% sure you cannot get. So there's one on Route 2, 2 in Mount Moon, 1 in Rocket Hideout, and 1 in Poke Mansion. So I can get both Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Right, so like that's always, and then we're going to Route 2. So yellow can get Pidgey, Rattata, Nidoran, and Nidoran, while red and blue get Caterpie, Weedle, alternating, with Weedle being red, Caterpie being blue, and then Pidgey and Rattata. And then Fire Red and Leaf Green, Nidoran's not available. And then we go into Viridian Forest. We can open Pewter City, but like there's nothing I can get in Pewter City. All right, so then we got Pikachu, Pidgey, Caterpie, and Weedle. Yellow cannot get Weedle. God, this is looking awful. Like, I say no repeats, but like options are so slim and limited that I can't even imagine. This is actually, it's like I know the Gen 1 games can run Nidoking and Nidoqueen, so that's all well and good. Both versions pretty much can run Pikachu. Both can run Mankey. So that's I'd have a starter in and Fire Red and Leaf Green that Pikachu would be the starter in Red and Yellow. So right now Yellow has 3 Pokemon.
and Fire Red or Leaf Green would have 4. And then my options come down to Raticate, Pidgeot, Spearow or Fearow, Beedrill, and Butterfree. That is it. That is all of my options. Right? Like, my coverage would be shit. It's doable. Like, Mankey is not a bad Pokemon. Fire Red and Leaf Green would obviously have an easier time because they'd have a starter, they'd have a Raichu. But then again, Yellow would have the Nidorans, who can be beasts in their own right. Though they are weak to Psychic, which is a problem. Yeah, this would be the most annoying one to do, because the thing is, at least with like Johto, like, you know, you obviously can get your starter. Much as I love Chikorita, it's not going to be Chikorita in either game. But that's not just because, like, Chikorita sucks. Like, let's be honest here. It's because of viable catches. Wow, Crystal can get Hoppip. I don't think the others can get Hoppip. That's actually pretty insane. Can't get Hoppip at nighttime, though. It's a 5% during the day and morning, but not at night. Hop-Up is not available in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, though. And then you have the different routes. So you have Route 46, Cherry Grove City. Cherry Grove is all fishing again. Like, there's nothing I can do there. So we'll go up to Route 30. The Route 46, this one's actually interesting. I know in Crystal you can get Geodude and Phanpy, and Spearow and Rattata. While in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's Rattata, Spearow, and Geodude. So you don't, you know, you lose out on a few, but the thing is, too, to consider, who in Gen 2 can learn Headbutt naturally through level up? Because theoretically, I could, if possible, you don't need a badge or anything for this. So if naturally someone could learn this, that's catchable before the first gym, which is not possible. You got Slowking, Snorlax, Marowak, Cubone, Hypno, Drowsy, Seal, Dugong, Slowbro, and Slowpoke. Those are the only Pokemon that can learn it. Slowpoke is after the first gym. Drowsy is after the second gym. Cubone and Snorlax are post game.
But yeah, that would have been cool to have Heracross. That kind of would have changed things. Oh, you know what? I didn't check Gen 4, though. It's still Slowpoke. Seal, Dugong, yeah. Snorlax can't anymore. Snubble can, but... And Mantine. But... None of them are going to be before... And then there's others, but... You can't get any of the non-Gen 3s. Like, Snubble you catch in the national park, right? Route 38. No. Yeah, no, it's not. It's like after Morty, basically. I find it very interesting that Paldean Tauros can learn Headbutt all three forms, but regular Tauros cannot. I'm not even kidding. Regular Tauros does not learn it. It's not even listed here for Gen 9. Yeah, that would have been pretty strong, though. Not gonna lie. But yeah, like, you know, Phanpy and Geodude are awesome. Phanpy and Crystal, though, is 5% in mornings only. So, oh, and you can oh no, that's fuck. Jigglypuff is available, but it's only in silver and gold. So basically, it's the trade-off of Jigglypuff versus Phanpy. And Jigglypuff is not available. Neither are available in the Gen 4 games. So yeah, that's a decision I'd have to figure out if, you know, Phanpy's good, but it doesn't learn any ground moves in Crystal. You have to teach it Earthquake, which is, I believe, Victory Road. But the thing is, Jigglypuff's actually not that good. Route 30. So this is going north, like the route Mr. Pokemon is on, basically. You know, you got the bugs, Caterpie, Weedle, Pidgey again, Rattata. You get Zubat and Crystal, which is actually not bad. Crobat's good no matter what generation. You get Poliwag and Hoppip still. So right now, Cyndaquil is the best starter for Crystal because you can get Hoppip, you can get Poliwag, and right before Faulkner, you can get Bellsprout. Now let's look at Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Yeah, they fucking cut out so many Pokemon. Yeah, Ladybug and Spinarak. That's the version for Gen 4 is really gonna matter. I wouldn't mind. Fuck no, I'm not getting Ladybug, right? So like, I'd prefer Spinarak. I actually really like Ariados, so that wouldn't be against my choices there. But Zubat is pretty guaranteed. I'd probably want Victory Bell over Hoppip, though, just for more offense. Though I'm pretty sure in Gen 2 you can't get the Leaf Stone until post-game. Generation 2. Sea Cottage from Bill's grandfather. Route 34. Gift from Picnicker, Gina, and Crystal. And Mystery Gift. Because theoretically, if it's possible... If it's possible to get a leap stone prior to Faulkner, I might just cheat it in. Right? And just be like, I have it. Right? Like, because I don't really want a Weepin' Bell until post-game, especially not in a game that doesn't have an Eviolite. Like, Picnic or Gina is a viable fight. Like, Route 34, where is that? That's the route that Johto is on. So what I can do... No, that's the route south of Goldenrod, right after the forest. So what I can do is battle her and make sure to add her to my phone. But I'll probably only add her because I don't think I'd have anything else to gain. And then just keep checking in with her to see if she wants to give it to me. If I got, but like, Crystal's way more viable now. Oh, yeah, and I'd also... King's Rock is probably more obtained. Like, I can get King's Rock, right? Like, Waterstone obviously changes things. Because I'm pretty sure I'd have to find the trainer for Waterstone too. But King's Rock I should probably just be able to find. I don't really have a preference, but Fighting Stab doesn't hurt. So Gen 2, obviously, Bill's Cottage. Route 42, Fisherman Tully. So that is the city in between Ekritique and Mahogany. Because as long as I have it before the Elite Four, I don't mind. King's Rock, though, where is this found? It is found in the Slowpoke Well. So I can just end up getting it there, and obviously I'd be playing on an emulator, so I'd be able to just turn on impossible evolutions. I could get Politoed very easily. I'd have to think on that one, but either way, I don't see the downside to either option. But yes, Crystal, just being able to get Poliwag and Zubat makes Crystal way more of a viable option. Right, so then we go north to Route 31. And then we also have the Dark Cave, Violet City. So Route 31, I don't worry, I'm not gonna look past this because Hoenn is where things start to get better. I'm just gonna say that right now. Hoenn is where things get better. In terms of the available Pokemon, like I know there are version differences, but like Seedot and Lotad are very good picks. You got Ralts. You can get Whismur. Like, I know what some people say, but I truly don't think Exploud is a bad Pokemon. He's not the best, but he's very well rounded and pretty decent. Right, and then what else? You got Slacking, you got Breloom, right? Tons of options available to me. Pretty sure you can get, Nincada, so I can get Ninjask or even Shedinja if I wanted to. Right, tons of options. Notice how I've not said Delcatty because like people get pissy about fucking Whismur. Like, fuck Delcatty. Delcatty fucking sucks. Right, so we go to this next route, and then we got Bellsprout now. Right, Bellsprout obviously being better than Hoppip. At least in terms of utility. Crystal can also get Ghastly. However, I really do not want Ghastly in this game because,
Ghastly's not bad, but I can't use stab. Actually, Ghastly's fucking broken because I can get the elemental punches. I just realized that. Those are TMs in Generation 2, and I get those, and Gengar wins the game. That's not even a joke. Dark Cave. Dunsparce is in here if I want it. Crystal, I can get Teddy Ursa? Are you serious? Zubat's in here as well. Geodude. Dunsparce is not... I wouldn't say Dunsparce is worth getting in this version. But Dunsparce actually, you know, believe it or not, I might consider him for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I'm just saying that because Serene Grace Rock Smash can actually just destroy Faulkner. But that Teddy Ursa is fucking... Are you serious? Yeah, I don't care about that side, though. And then it's just Dunsparce, Zubat, and Geodude for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. But yeah, I wouldn't be against the Dunsparce for sure. It's a 1% Dunsparce, but... Because the thing is, in Gen 4, Faulkner uses Roost a lot. So, in all honesty, having a guaranteed defense drop every time you attack really prevents him from abusing Roost. Because if you'll eventually KO him. Effectively, Rock Smash on Dunsparce is basically toxic. Where every turn you can heal it, but I'm just going to do more the next turn. You know, and then we get to Violet City. Obviously, I can't get anything in Violet City. But we have the Pokemon Tower, Sprout Tower, and then we have Route 36 and 32. So on Sprout Tower, obviously you can get Bellsprout. Okay, well you can't get Bellsprout here. You can get Rattata and Ghastly, and then Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Rattata and Ghastly. So Gengar's prevalent in both. In all honesty, though, I wouldn't actually mind running Gengar in both. And my justification for that is they'll know vastly different moves. The only overlap I can even think of is an electric move. Thunder Punch versus Thunderbolt. And because I can, in Gen 4, I can actually run like Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball. But in Gen 2, I can't run those because Poison and Ghost are physical moves, which Ghastly will not do well with, even with Stab, right? So they'll actually effectively run vastly different movesets. So I'm 100% down for running Gengar on both teams. 36, so this is by where Sudowoodo is. There is a grass here, I believe, in one of the games anyways. And yes, you can get... Oh, and fuck. So Vulpix and Growlithe are here, but only in Silver or Gold. But they're level 15, so that's not going to be the patch of grass that I want. Oh, no, wait. Crystal can get Growlithe. So with that said... Being able to catch Poliwag, Bellsprout, Hoppip, and Growlithe, I have literally every type option available for me. So the starter I pick in the Generation 2 Johto games doesn't even matter. The starter I pick does not matter at all because I can replace them, though it'll probably not be Chikorita. So that means that the starter I pick for Heart Gold and Soul Silver has a lot more impact. Growlithe and Vulpix are still there, and I can still get Bellsprout. So in that case, Poliwag probably, or Totodile probably sounds better, which is great because as a matter of fact, oh no, wait, no. No, that patch of grass doesn't exist there in Gen 4, never mind. All the Pokemon are like 12 to 15. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, none of that's viable for me in Generation... And then you can go south, but not very far. There's a guy that actually blocks you. And then there's the Elf Ruins. You can get Ekans here. You can get Zubat. Again,
Mareep is in silver and gold, but not in crystal. That's right, you can't catch him in crystal. You can get Wooper as well at nighttime. But that's the case, then I'll absolutely run Mareep in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Ekans is exclusive to Soul Silver in those games. And I'll definitely run Wooper. As my I already said Totodile, right? But if I can't get a fire type, then I'm probably gonna want to pick Cyndaquil, which means that in Gen 2, it's probably gonna be better for me to pick Totodile, which isn't necessarily bad. And then, is there anything viable in the Alp runes? Outside of the unknown? Nope. And I'm not running the unknown. Yeah, those are all the Pokemon. Where do you get the old rod in this gen? Route 32. Oh, so I can fish. I could... No, wait. No, never mind. You get it from the Pokemon Center, which is block by first gym. You have to beat the first gym to get that. Never mind. I know Gen 4 you can get it, and I'll probably end up running Gyarados on that team, just because... sorry about that delay, but I really wanted to figure that out. Hey Lou, sorry, I was doing something completely unrelated to Grim Dawn. I'm doing good. I just spent like the last little bit, I was talking with Lizreal before he left about a possible like Pokemon challenge I was considering. There were two options. One is fully randomizing everything but base stat totals in Pokemon. And then, see if and then just kind of play the game like that. And the other was going to be called Before the First, where I play every game from Generation 1 to 7, but I can only use Pokemon available before having to fight the first gym, or trial in the case of Generation 7. And I was just kind of mapping out, like, Kanto and Johto. Because I plan to play the remakes, too, right? Like, not just, like, Red and Blue, but also the other ones. Fire Red and Leaf Green were being considered, too. But, yeah, Kanto's gonna be fucking sucks. The yellow team is looking like it's gonna be Pikachu, Primeape, Nidoran, or Nidoqueen, Nidoking, and then, like, the other options are, like, Beedrill, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, and Raticate. And then Fire Red and Leaf Green, I have a starter option in that, so that helps a bit, but I can't get either of the Nidorans anymore. So it's going to be like Raichu, my starter choice, which will probably be Bulbasaur, because it's a lot more valuable early game. And then, pretty much back to the other same options, like Spearow, Pidgeotto, Raticate, Beedrill, and Butterfree. It's gonna be... Kanto will be the most painful of the experiences. Johto is actually a lot more viable. And the thing is, I want to try to not repeat as many Pokemon as possible. So, like... But that might not happen in Kanto, for sure. Because, like, if I only have, like,
Like, I'll take the options that are unique to
I'll give
each
you a good
game,
price on what
but
I've got
those
left.
options are not very big ones.
See you around. I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. Iron well spent. I'll give you a good price on
Collect
what I've got
50 lore
left.
notes. Achievement. Yeah, I do own Wolcen, but I've not played it. In all honesty, if it's the game I'm thinking of, I bought Wolcen when it was in beta because it looked really good. And its ratings were actually pretty good, and now it's like not good ratings. So at some point, that or I'm mixing it with another game. Let me check. Yep, nope, this is the game. It actually used to once have a positive rate, like it was positive, very positive. Now it has a mixed of 40% on recent and 55% on all time. Oh, the servers are shut down. Someone said the servers are shut down on it now. Someone said, I do not buy this game. This game is probably the most I have ever been scammed on Steam. Nothing in the game worked from the skill tree to network connectivity, and I wish I just requested a refund earlier instead of trying and hoping parts of the game would work later on. This game is a disgrace to Steam's otherwise good name. Do not buy everything from this game is shutting down. Yes, so they Oh, here, someone actually put a quote from the people. We couldn't figure out how to finish our game, so we're closing our doors. We're also turning off multiplayer because couldn't learn how to peer-to-peer connections work. Please support us again as we plan the obsolescence of our future titles too, which will also lack their promised Kickstarter content. I think someone's quoting something, like, kind of like truthfully quoting them. No longer supporting the game is fine. Moving on to other projects and shutting down your servers to save money. Got it. Why not implement peer-to-peer or local co-op? This is a terrible decision that is probably going to hinder your company's success with prior customers. Myself and many others have learned that what you will do to a game and will not purchase product from you in the future. Permanent discount for future buyers, but no partial refund for priority buyers that are losing the ability to play with friends or family. So they're shutting down the multiplayer functionality of the game instead of giving enough of a damn to give one last update for the game to run peer-to-peer or through some other method that doesn't require them hosting the servers themselves. Don't make your multiplayer portion of your game entirely reliant on your own host servers. If you don't know if you can host them indefinitely, it's practically worse than planned obsolescence. Yeah, I've kind of said that before. Like, I don't know if you've seen, like, Josh Strife Hayes. He's a YouTuber. He has 2 channels, but one of them he constantly tries to find, like, the worst MMO on the internet. And
Put it to good use.
and there's many times where he's just like, stop making MMOs. Make a single player game. Make any type of game. Prove you can make it.
make a fan, like, people just make MMOs because they want to make an MMO. But the thing is, then they instantly die because no one played it. You build a game based off a community and then don't have a community. It's sad. There was one of the, what was that video, the game that Josh reviewed, about like the pages and stuff, where it's just like, on launch, it was made by only like 2 guys, but on launch, on the launch of the video, Josh was in game with some of his fans. This game, yes, I'm playing on controller in this game, yes. I had to re-customize it though to fit my preferences. But yeah, and so they ended up with like 60 players in the game. He took a screenshot of it, posted it on like Twitter, posted a screenshot. So he took a screenshot of that, posted it on the Discord for the game, and then took a screenshot of that with the dev's response onto Twitter. And so he posted it onto the Discord, and the dev responded with, so the list he took a screenshot of was the player list, how many players were in the game. And the dev said he had never seen a scroll bar on that list. So few players actually played the game that he never saw the scroll bar before. I think he said Steam's Steam support showed that the all-time peak was the all-time peak was 14 players. For that game, right? So it's like, there's like, I just kind of get sick and tired that people need to keep making MMOs. Like, I'm not saying you can't make an MMO, and I'm not saying it can't be successful. But what I am saying, I've checked this one, right? What I am saying, yes. But what I am saying is that you need to ensure people are going to play your game. If people aren't going to play your game, then why have an MMO? Yeah, it is. And the thing is, so many of those games that Josh reviews could be awesome if they weren't MMOs. I looked at some of those games and thought, man. And the thing is, too, think of it like this, too. Where it's like, just imagine if they cut focus back on the multiplayer and put it more into the actual game, the games would have been better, too. Like, I'm going to say this. This may be, some people might disagree with me on this. But I argue that Genshin is so close to, on a core level, being such a good game because it is a single-player game that allows for co-op. The only thing that holds it back is there's no real true benefit to co-op. Personally, like, you have to use, like, resin and other resources. But if you could do multiplayer and then share the cost with the other people in your party, that would be really cool. Like, that's the one thing Genshin could do to really, like, where it's like, it's still not forced multiplayer, but you could do multiplayer. But could make it, like, make there being a benefit to multiplayer. Stare up, stare up. So in Act 1, I'm still looking for the Burwitch Estates, Warden's Lab, and the Temple of the Three. Where am I? So there's this is the estate for sure, and that's the restored and that's likely the lab. Where is Temple of the Three? Yeah. And the thing is, in some cases with the right builds, you can solo champs, which is why if you actually pay attention, I think it's pretty much been since Heart of Thorns, but a lot of champion-related fights now have timers on them. Basically to ensure that players can't solo them by just doing it indefinitely. Else, there's a video. I don't know if it's doable anymore, but there was a video around the time Scourge first came out. In all honesty, it depends on the champion, your build, class, etc. But it's possible with some of them. I was about to say, when Scourge first came out, the Necro class from Path of Fire, it was so broken, someone managed to solo the first raid boss. Veil Guardian. Someone managed to solo a raid boss. Now, it took a long time for them. I think it took them like over 30 minutes to do, but they managed to do it. Scourge got nerfed into the ground, but that was justifiably so. It was way too broken. World area. Entrance is located in a secret area of the East March and accessed during the Hidden Path side quest. Oh, I'm assuming it's this shrine here. And then these two here, which are north of where I am. So I have the remaining three. But just to double check, we'll recount. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I'm still missing one. Which one am I missing? Aha! Alright, so I see where it is. It's actually... Okay. So I need to head back to... basically almost where this is. Okay, so there's an entire quest here for this. So the hidden path is accessed by unblocking a secret area in Lower Crossing. Okay, so I need to head to Lower Crossing. What Necro nerf are you referring to? Okay, so the secret area is right here-ish. I need to just head south. Fucking camera and map. Let's go. In all honesty, I haven't played my Necro in so long. Because I don't stream on him. Necro used to be my main, and the only reason it was is because it could survive. I was an achievement farmer and stuff like that, and I say that specifically because a lot of mastery achievements were tied to story-related achievements and stuff, and a lot of achievements nowadays, some of them are still the same, where it was basically either finish in a time limit or do it without being downed. And because of Shroud, Necro was very easy to do it without being downed. That's a boss. Are you serious? Die. Okay, so I need to keep going south here. I don't play Scourge. Scourge is my least favorite class for Necro. I have a Scourge, but I don't play it. Dangerous zone. This is another fucking attack speed. What's really annoying about this is a hidden area, so it's not showing up on the map. Which is irritating because I don't know where I'm going.
That skill's not ready.
It is, and the cool thing is, so there's a lot of customization. So there are about, I think with all the DLC, there is about, is there actually a DLC I don't own for this? Because one, like, just came out. I think it added a new class, too. This one here, Loyalist Pack 3. Oh no, this is all just visual gear. It's all cosmetic stuff. Just basically a DLC pack to make your character look cooler, which is fine. I'm never against cosmetic DLC because it's not something you need to succeed. And if people like it or want to support the devs, they will buy it. I'm going to click follow just so I get updates on it. Because I know there's a new expansion coming out soon for Grim Dawn. But right now there's about like 11 or 12 classes in the game. You pick one, and then at level 10, you pick a second. So I randomized mine because I'm way too indecisive. So I got Demolitionist, which is a lot about like fire, physical, a little bit of electric, and like explosions. And then I picked Shaman as my second, which is a lot about like lightning magic, summoning, right? And then when they combine, they become Elementalist. So the build I'm particularly running is basically fire, physical, lightning. So there's evidently a boss creature here. So that's what I'm looking for. Apparently this area is pretty small, so I shouldn't have to worry about getting lost or not knowing where I'm going. I do not like the poison here. I didn't like the poison in the last fucking zone. Holy fuck. Oh yeah. Well, if I, like, the consequences of death here aren't that bad. By the way, I ended up getting the item I wanted. I finished, after I stopped streaming, I kept playing, and I knocked off a few more achievements, and then, I pretty much only had one achievement left by yesterday, and, since I didn't end up streaming, I just managed to end up completing it. All I had to do for the achievement was, the only achievement I had left was to just beat,
That skill's not ready.
a certain number of champions within, the Battle for Lion's Arch. And, and by the end of this, the morning, I think I stayed up to like 3 a.m. trying to see, and I managed to knock one out with one guy, but he had to leave and no one else was on the map. So the next day, though, I was able to get in, and we got, I managed to find a group, kill off get 3 champions killed, and got the item. So now I can travel to Old Lion's Arch. Alright, so now I need to go to Act 2 area. I need to go to the Broken Hills, it says. In the southwest of the Broken Hills, a second secret area can be discovered behind a stone gate. There the player will encounter this Guardian of Soel. On death, it will drop the runestone of Soel and a note hidden path. Alright, so I need to go to here. Right here. Hi, Jade. Goodbye, Jade. But yeah, my build doesn't really use a lot of skills. It's outside of the grenade skill and the skills I have from the gems on my weapons. My entire build is just based off of just using my main attack. That's it. So it's a very simple build. It's just, I'm going to hit you harder. However, my build only works with two-handed weapons. Shaman, the Shaman class is very much about using two-handeds. You, all their perk, any weapon perk they get requires a two-handed weapon. Thankfully, though, Demolitionist skills can benefit either one or two-handed. So, one of the few classes that state so, too. Right, like where if you like look at this, doesn't say. The only ones are these ones where it's like that's one-handed, that's two-handed, but thankfully they harmonize well. Okay, hidden path should be somewhere along here. Here it is. Pop my portal. I really wish it wasn't nighttime. Man, I can't believe I got on this. The name of the stream is Stopping the Cult or something like that. I don't actually have the stream page open. What's it called? Taking down the cult. I've literally done no cult taking downs so far today. Holy fuck. Oh well. I popped the portal right at his feet, so this fucker's not going to have much of a fun time. Goodbye. He did have health regen, by the way, so I did have to act fast, but... I'm gonna change the stream title. Oh, fucking goddamn. Why do I even have Opera installed? I don't use it. I'm going to rechange the title to Shrine Catch Up. Because I've not even checked the Chapter 2 shrines. There we go. Title changed. Oh, I have to go to Act 4? Am I even in Act 4? I don't think I'm in Act 4 yet. Nope, because it says the Asterkarn Valley. Well, look where Asterkarn is. Oh, there's the valley. It's up there. Okay, so this shrine is remaining off the checked list for the time being. But at least that tells me which shrine I'm missing. Alright, Act 2. So Act 2 has 7 shrines. Let's go check. We have the Foothills, which is this one here. Rocky Coast. Old Arkovia. Crony's Hideout. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think that one counts. I have one in the Highlands, which tells me the Highlands are safe. I have one in the Foothills, which tells me the Foothills are safe. Rocky Coast. Looks like I have one there. Crowley's Hideout. That could be that one there. Old Arcovia. Oh, there's two here. So this one and then Arcovia Undercity. So the last one is the Steps of Torment, which is the dungeon I didn't want to do. Oh, I really didn't need to do this. Can I go back to my... I was actually closer here. I'm in Act 3 right now, I guess. Or maybe early Act 4. This is the Steps of Torment. It says levels 4 and 5 compose of the actual difficult part of the challenge, but... well, we can give it a try. I do have a quest in here, so... So what are my... Total damage modified by 8, retaliation damage modified by 4%. Bleed... Chaos damage. Oh, give it a shot. I don't think I need to do the 4 levels, though. The monster levels range from, it says 25 to 50, 45 to 78, and 70 to 120. So I'm hoping 25 to 50 is the first 3 floors, 45 to 75 maybe floor 4, and 20 and 120 and 70 to 120 is floor 5. Yeah, it's on floor 3. And you can't access floor 4. And I believe floor 3 is where the boss is too, so thankfully I have no restrictions on the first 3 floors. But floor 4 and 5 you actually can't like warp out of. Only way out is death. How is that? Oh, the rune stones. Okay. Oh, second roommate's on. I'm not against fighting though, because it levels me up. I want to keep going because there's a hidden one. That showed me. And there's a bunch of loot in here. Alright, we'll head to the next floor. That one wasn't too bad. I should just make sure if the modifiers are changing. They did not. Pop another portal. use this too. Let's go back up. Right, I basically need to loop all the way around.
Can't do that yet.
I should be using grenade more.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, if they're grouped enough together, grenade is actually really fucking strong. Right, next floor. Come on. Stop it! Stop! Fucking Christ.
I can't do that yet.
The portal spawned on me, and despite not being in combat, or being in combat and it shouldn't have allowed me to interact with it, it did. Which fucking caused me to keep opening the world map. So there should be a boss here, because I'm pretty sure it's a part of the quest. The optional part is not a part of the quest, so I don't believe I have to do that part. Fucking Christ. Glad I got the portal up, though. I got immobilized. That's pretty much what happened. Couldn't move, and then just died. Alright.
I can't carry my inventory anymore.
Sell stuff.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I reached 42, so I should double check my amulet, see if I really want to equip it or not. Yeah, I think I still want to equip it. I think it's still better. What is my current... That's metal or amulet? Amulet. Okay. It's a thing up here.
Iron well spent.
Hello there, friend.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Here. Add on.
Be safe out there.
And then the next level up, I'll put the 1 point into here just to unlock it. I'm mostly doing this now just in case I get any skills, because I think the amulet I just equipped, it buffs this. But I can't, it's not like Borderlands 3, it's more like Borderlands 2. You need a point in it for you to still get value to get the buff. So the point is there now, so I can get, it'll put it at like +3 or something. And then next level up, I will put a point here when I, because I think I'm at 39 on the bottom here. Yeah, 39. So one level will get it to 40. One level can go into this Shattering Blast, and then the other point will go back into Demolitionist. And then I would literally need, that'll put me at 41, and then I literally would just need 3 more levels. So at 46, I will be at max Demolitionist. So it'll be 47 where I can start maxing Brimstone. Puzzles chosen. So it's not the right skill. It's the right skill then. Oh, it's this one. Those who have sacrificed much in the pursuit of pyrotechnics eventually come to be favored by Azulin, receiving his blessing and wreaking fiery devastation upon the world. Affects stun, jacks, grenado, and canister bomb, and requires 1 to unlock. Can I look up this skill? Because this might actually be something I might want. Rise 10 points to max. At 10, it's plus 15% damage modifier, 30% chance of a 100% skill cooldown reduction, and a 25% minus skill energy cost. The thing is, though, it only, like, so it affects Canister Bomb, this skill here, Stun Jacks, so this one here, and Grenado, which is the one I'm using. I'm only using one of the 3, and I don't really have 10 points to spare for this. So, I guess it really depends, because I think I have spare points. Let's see. Where's my, here it is, level 100 Elementalist. We go to Shaman. I have... Yeah, I could actually take it. I have 7 spare points. I could put them into Uzulin's Chosen. I get it to tier 7, which is damage modifier 15% and a 25% chance to have to remove the cooldown on grenade when used. And it would cost 27% less energy. The alternative was I was just going to keep pumping the points into Shaman, which would just buff my normals, which is just going to basically buff my health, energy, physique, cunning, and spirit and stuff, but I don't really feel like I need that. So I think 7 out of 10 into Uzulin's Chosen. I'll probably end up finding a better accessory in the future, not going to lie, but that's a +3, which would max it to 10. But, you know, obviously, like I said, I'll find something better in the future. Especially since this is a green, like, the ratings are no color, yellow, green, blue, and then what, isn't it like purple or purple after that, I believe?
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
I need to slay Grand Priest Zatharlin. You can see the description right there. So I'm assuming he's on the 3rd floor. I just know from looking it up that the final boss of this dungeon is not called... his name starts with an A, not a Z, so... Who the fuck healed him? I'm gonna start killing ads to ensure that that doesn't happen again. Could have very well healed himself, too, for all that I know, but...
Skill's not ready.
Not bad. I'm surviving somehow. And this place isn't as hard as I was building it up, but that's probably because, like, the top 2 levels are the hardest parts in the game, but... are one of the hardest parts in the game. I don't know when I'm gonna end the stream, but Guild Wars 2 reset is almost, it's almost time. And I really do want to, I still need to do all the Janthier hearts. I probably, as it stands right now, I don't think I'm going to be streaming much more Guild Wars 2. I only kept streaming because I wanted to do that Lion's Arch thing, and I was kind of in the mood for it. The only other thing I'd be doing is probably just map completing my LE, which I really don't need to do on stream.
That skill's not ready.
But I'm just trying to think of what I should play next. Like, originally it was gonna be Pokemon XG, but in all honesty, I have, like, it's end of October that Ys 10 comes out. And I probably, in all honesty, I probably won't do Visions of Mana until, maybe after that. Because I want to play Ys first, and Visions is, like, I love Trials of Mana. So, and from what I see, Visions of Mana looks really good. So, I'm really excited for that, but... but I'm in no real rush for Visions of Mana, I should say. So I should probably be able to get Pokemon XG done by then. Tomorrow is going to be Halo anyways, so... Halo 3. Be Halo 3, and then Halo 4, and then... Or no, Halo 3, and then ODST, and then Halo 4. And then from there, it probably... I don't know if there's if Halo 5's on Steam or not. And even then, I don't really want to concern myself with buying it right now. Especially since Halo 5, from what I understand, wasn't very good. Which I don't... Personally, I barely know the story of Halo, and I don't even see why they made a 5th one. I saw the ending of 4, and I'm like, this is the perfect way to end this. Like, I could understand if they kept making Halo games. Don't get me wrong. But I just think Master Chief's story was done with 4. That's just my opinion. With Cortana being gone... I just think that's where John should have retired, and then they start over with something new. Especially since it wasn't Bungie making the game anymore, it's 343. They would have been a great way for them to kind of, like, end the chapter of John and then start their own chapter. There's the boss, there's the boss, there's the boss, there's the boss.
Skill's not ready.
There are too many ads here that make me very uncomfortable. He's dead. Yeah, so I guess that wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be.
It is finished. My master will be pleased. For your service, I bestow upon you this key. Is the only way to unlock the ancient paths of the place of this world. Please. Yes, many doors were sealed long ago by ancient powers now lost. The doors before you were secured by such means, but I must warn you, the key will be destroyed once used, and the doors will not remain open for long. Once inside, the only way out is to pass the Lord Executioner or through death. Executioner? Alcamos. He was the Arcovian charged with Ouroboroc's torment. Now he will be suffering for all eternity. Question. What was the purpose? It was a place of torture and lifelong imprisonment for those the Arcovians deemed unworthy of their perfect society. In the end, it served a prison for all necromancers of Arcovian descent. And protect him even in death. He has proven to be a most interesting companion in my afterlife. Alright, well, quest done, and I got the shrine. So that is all of the all the Act 2 shrines. Let me see. We're gonna go to devotion because I got 3 points now. What was I investing into? Owl. Owl is now completely done. Candle and Quill are on my list too. Let's do Quill because it gives me 3 of what I'm low on. Alright. Alright. Closing some tabs here. Alright, now Act 3. There is 9 shrines in Act 3. So Act 3 starts, I guess, after this. So like this line here is kind of the cutoff point. So how many shrines do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think the Blood Groove counts, or does it? No, it does. I'm gonna check off the Blood Groove then. Conflagration, I did get that one. Mountain Deep. I'm assuming Tyrant's Hold. I got that one. Infested Farms. Yes, got that one. Den of the Lost. That looks familiar. Is that this one here? Like the map for Den of the Lost looks familiar. And then there's Forgotten Depths, Mountain Deeps. Oh, Mountain Deeps. I got Mountain Deeps. Forgotten Depths.
What is this one? Shaded Basin. So all that's left is Darkvale Village, which I don't think I've made to yet. Yeah, that's right here, Village of Darkvale. Port Volubi, which I feel like I've gotten, or I've been to anyways. Right? Isn't... Like, I don't even see an area called that. And that's including going up. I don't see a port up there. And that's like, that looks pretty mountain locked to me, so I don't know where the port's gonna be. But the map for Den of the Lost looks so familiar. I have this shrine and this shrine that I have but are not accounted for here. And I'm assuming they're probably going to be Forgotten Depths and Den of the Lost. I played a long time ago. Like, I think during the beta. I liked it, but I didn't stick with it. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? Okay, I guess that's, like, tied behind... Okay, never mind. Once again... Just like the Steps of Torment. Or the merchant I can sell stuff to.
You see anything you like?
I know where the port is. That is a shit ton of defense. Too bad it buffs cold. It is utterly useless.
Put it to good use. Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh my god, that coat gives a lot of good base stats, but I lose out on fire damage. Then again, I don't really gain a lot of fire damage on that. I might actually keep that one just for the moment. I'm not losing a whole lot if I make that switch. Like, this one gives me way more fire damage, but I only gain 1 defense. But this one gives me a shit ton of defense. Like, this is giving me over 100 armor. I'm just gonna look at all my options here for a second. I'm just gonna bank the skeleton key. I don't really have intentions of doing these optional dungeons. But yeah, so I very much kind of prefer the higher defense. Like, this is good damage, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, I just feel like I want the defense more. Like, I can just move the component over to the new one. Oh, I just kind of realized. I'd kind of have to cheat this. I can't unequipped and re-equipped, because if I unequipped this, it would actually, I wouldn't be able to... If I unequipped this, I couldn't equip this. Like, I'll show you. Boom. I now can't equip it. And I don't have enough physique for this either. I'm fucking stupid. What do I need? Oh my god. 1 point into physique, and that's all. Alright, well, there we go. Yeah, right now I think... Like, this is a boost to damage, of course. Like, when you compare these two, it's a pretty solid boost. It's almost doubling the fire damage boost, and more than quadrupling, or almost quadrupling the burn damage. But I just need the defense more. Like, having 100 more armor, I feel like... I need to go to Devil's Crossing. Like, I'm all for damage until it starts being too detrimental to your defense.
Tinkering is my specialty. Bring me back something interesting.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around.
Got something you need stashed? I'll keep an eye on this.
It's true, but it's very... In a game like this, it's very easy to get overwhelmed. Especially when you're playing a melee character. It's so easy to be overwhelmed. Especially when, like, with range and status and all that stuff. You know what I want to try and do, though? This is just the curiosity to me, because I'll admit, Lou, you're still new to following me. I'm a cheater. I am an absolute cheater. There are many games I have playthroughs of in which I cheated in. Though my philosophy is I never cheat in multiplayer. Like, I will absolutely not cheat like Guild Wars or whatever. Like, I'd fucking get, like, I have friends in Guild Wars that'd be fucking pissed if I did something like that. I'm just gonna have to run. But in single player, I'll cheat. Mostly it's to, like, save time, or I'm invested in the story and I hate the game. You know, just reasons like that. But what, but one thing one thing I like to do in some games is just the what-ifs. Like, I like to see, it's like, oh, you know, how could this turn out if I did something a little differently? Or, like, how overpowered can I get if I do this? I would like to try and create a character in this game. Like, I want to see if there's, like, an equipment editor or something. And I want to make, like, a level 1 necklace that just gives 100% on every resistance. Nothing else, just resistances. And I want to see, like, put it on the amulet or whatever. And I just want to see, like, how does the game work once you have resistances? Because this doesn't actually block, like, oh no, it is physical. Yeah, that would just make you immune to all damage, wouldn't it? Let me look. Is such a thing, Grim Dawn Save Editor. Does this such a thing exist? Yeah, so GD Stash, it says, pretty much can do it. Potentially. I wouldn't do it to this character, obviously, but, like, I'd like to start a new character and just... like, see how it goes. Dear God, these fucking scarecrows are just terrifying. Alright, I found the port. What's my thing here, by the way? Poisonous. Alright. Well, here's the port. Burn damage. 400% of attack damage converted to health. Are you fucking kidding me? That might make some of these enemies fucking invincible. Depending on what they hit. Now, granted, I hit pretty damn hard, but if an enemy hits me for 200, they're getting 800 health back. I don't have a semblance for how strong the enemies here are, and I don't particularly care to wait around to find out. There is, I believe there is an attack speed, yes. It's a stat like many other things. I'm sure there are some characters that also have traits that boost it too. Alright, let me see the port map here. Where did I spawn in? It spawned in down there. In all honesty, right now, like, I don't know, there's two zones to this, and it's the second areas that require, that are like the hard parts. That I'm in the easy part right now. But I could just rummage around to just uncover everything. It's free levels. As long as I just remember to pop my portal often. There's really no consequence to dying. Oh, another one of these guys. I didn't like fighting you the last time I fought you. Can you stop with the aether puddles? Fucking damn it.
I can't do that yet.
He's dead. Fucking finally. How long does that effect last? He's already dead! probably come across a couple bosses somewhere, like, around this area. I don't see why I wouldn't, but...
Can't do that yet.
There we go. I have a map on my laptop, so I know exactly where I need to go to the shrine I'm just exploring. I'm the kind of guy, it's like, once I get onto a map, I need to see the whole map. Take a grenade! So once great man once said, frag out! There are a lot of you here. More of you than I would like to be here. Wow. Yeah, it's actually astounding how much health that guy was getting back from the lifesteal effect.
I can't do that yet. So the thing is right about here, but there's like a whole map on this side. I am really, like, my constitution is really not loving me right now. I do have health regen, so I have no constitution left. I think I'm just gonna get to the shrine. I'll come back later. The enemies of this area do level cap eventually, so... Oh, never mind. That's the only way I can get over there. Well, I can do an alternative path here. Hey, y'all. The Ether Typhoon. I don't like these. They're very annoying.
That skill's not ready.
No! No! God! God! At least I got Constitution back now, but I'm still fucking pissed. It's the fucking ether, like, typhoons and stuff fucking did me in. Why are there so many of them? Yeah, my goal is to finish catching up on the Chapter 2 shrines, and then we'll end the stream. I did not think this stream was gonna end up like this. I honestly thought I was gonna make progress, but... I underestimated the work that was gonna go in to get these shrines. Die, 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 die. Oh, the ether twisters? Yeah, they look cool, but they're not cool when they're shredding your health. I am happy that I'm getting a lot of ether crystals, though.
That skill's not ready.
I'm getting closer.
Can't do that.
I got a portal dropped. I honestly say that's kind of broken too, is that you not only do portals not cost like scrolls or anything, you can literally drop them anywhere, even in combat. And then, like, when you get into a challenging fight, it just allows you to literally respawn back into the fight. Oh, you know what's really a dumb joke that the developers did with this game too, Lou? Is that they, there's this once, like, I was walking through and there's like, oh, here's a strong enemy, let me just fight him. Fuck you. I got fucking bodied. Right? And I kept coming back. I kept getting fucking bodied. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Turns out, that particular character I was fighting was an actual player. Like, not a real player, but like an enemy designed after a player that was designed for PvP. So that NPC, that enemy boss, is basically designed to rip you to shreds. I still not beat him. No. I want to one day, but it just depends on if he scales or not. A lot of people said that you're pretty much not beating him until endgame. But it is kind of cool that the devs put, like, an actual player in the game. I think it's 2 different players. I think it's, like, maybe it's, like, first and second place or something. But, like, yeah, they're no joke. There's my beloved shrine. There's another combat shrine. Yep. It could be, I don't know. From what the story says is that they were people that won a PvP tournament. Okay, I gotta focus one because of the fucking healing effect. Alright, I have no other reason to be here. There is no other shrine or anything else. So now we have Den of the Lost and Forgotten Depths. But if we recall correctly, this one here and this one here were unaccounted for. We'll just go and inspect them. So they're inside. I really wish it would tell me the location of these things. Yeah, Skittering Den, which is connected to the Royal Hive, which is connected to Rotting Croplands, the Rotting Croplands, which is that. So I absolutely have that one. I thought it looked familiar. And then the last one is Forgotten Depths, which if we backtrack here, it's a Shaden base. Yep, so we got that. Nope. I do not like player versus player. I've done it like on stream a few times, like, but that was because of a necessity. When I in Guild Wars 2 on stream, I made the legendary sword Bolt. But and one of the components for that requires you to do World v World. But I didn't really do much. I just basically joined a Zerg and got experience as we took things. I didn't really actually do World v World things much. Alright, I have all the Act 3 ones outside of Dark Vale Village. So, out of all the shrines leading up to Act 3, I am missing 2. One of which is in Dark Vale Village, which is right here. So I know I don't have any more shrines up until this point. The other is over in a hidden cave off of East March, but I can't access it right now because I need another item that is found in this area in the valley. So in Act 4. So but let's add in that other devotion point. I think I said I need to respec this at some point. But I can't respec it now. So one more devotion point, and I have Quill Max, which gives me more elemental damage and energy. Well, energy is energy, but elemental damage is what I want. And then next, I will probably do... Did I do hammer? I did not do hammer. Yeah, hammer I could probably do. Gets me some points. Candle I can do as well. Yeah, Imp is going. Tsunami is going. I'm keeping... I said I was keeping Lizard, because it gives some good health and, like, health regen and stuff. And then Witchblade. I'm keeping Owl, which I have over here. Where's the Witchblade? I think Witchblade is over here. I don't have Witchblade unlocked, I believe. Yeah, there it is. So this one here I want... Chaos damage, physical spirit, fire chaos, and then a skill that 15% chance on attack to dish that stuff out. And then I need Zulin's Torch, which is this over here. This would probably be the last thing I get. Oh yeah, and I should go check that too. I don't think I can buy it yet though. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me go check something really quick.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, I don't have enough reputation, but my goal is to get these the blueprints for the demolition belts. Once my reputation gets high enough, because they give +1 to all demolition skills. So literally every point I put something into in this tree gets a +1. Which will be this. You know, like all three of the, or all of these that are here. This. Everything gets a +1.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Now I think that applies all the way to the cap. Like, even the top tier one is still... And it gives me fire and lightning bonus damage. Which is also very important. Like, comparatively to this, like, I lose +2 on the Grenado, but I actually gain that back. I gain one of those back. So I really just lose a -1 on the Grenado. And then the rest is all random stats. But I don't know, like, what the range of that random stat is, so... Yeah, I need respected, and to get that I have to do quests. So look at the factions. This is this guy, right? So I have 985. I need
3,500. And I can do it by doing quests, bounties, and then killing their enemies. So yeah, so you have this faction system in this game. Obviously, the green ones are your allies. The bad guys are red. And so with the green guys, the more you're respected, the more you can buy and stuff and get discounts and stuff like that from their vendors and stuff. The red guys, the more they hate you, the more enemies spawn within their regions. It didn't really matter much until this one here, these two. So you're basically given a choice of which group to join. Kaimon's chosen or Order of Death's Vigil. Whoever you pick, the other becomes your enemy, which upset me because I liked the Order of Death's Vigil, but Kaimon's chosen literally. So they talked about the things they benefit to your character, and he's like, "Oh, we like physical, lightning, and fire damage a lot," and I'm like, "Fuck," because that's literally my entire build. The other guys are really heavily as necromancers, so if you were a necro, you'd be great there, but... How long have I been playing Grim Dawn? I have almost 25 hours on Steam. No, the game can have some pretty fast progression. Acts, so like, I'm assuming so Act 4 probably starts at Darkvale Gates, right? You go up there, and I don't know if Act 4 goes all the way to here, but it sounds reasonable. Oh, there's the port. I didn't realize it was actually on the map. Interesting. And then I'm assuming Act 5 goes here, Act 6 is here. This is a DLC. This could also be a DLC for all I know. I don't know. I do plan to play the new expansion when it comes out. Or did I already buy it? Like, let's look it up. Grim Dawn new expansion 2024. Fangs of Astrakarn. So when is it being released? Oh, at this time we are certain from the latest official post, this is as of 2 months ago, we are certain Grim Dawn Fangs of Astrakarn will need to be pushed back to 2025. We sincerely believe the wait will be worth it, and after today's reveal, we hope you will agree. So yeah, so it'll be 2025. But I will return to, I will no doubtedly beat Grim Dawn by that point in time, way before then. But I will return to Grim Dawn for the DLC. Any game I actually enjoyed playing, I will come back to when they release more content for it. This Guild Wars 2 is another one where, so when I started streaming Guild Wars 2, it was shortly before Soto came out. But because I was starting a new character, I had to do literally everything to in the game, like map complete, base story, Heart of Thorns,
Living Story 3, Living Story 1, 2, 3, 4, all of it. I eventually caught up before Soto finished, though, because of their episodic releases. So basically I would play the new story and then just move on. I do that with Genshin too, play the new story and then come back when there's more story. I still play the game off stream. I just don't play on stream because it's not that entertaining per se. There is other Guild Wars stuff I could do on stream though. Like, I do have a stream goal for Guild Wars 2, and it requires world versus world. There is a mini I want to get. So I have the mini I'm using on my character right now is the it's like the Dolyak kid or whatever. It's like but it has presents on its back and because it's a Christmas mini. I want to get the actual official Dolyak mini. And the reason why is it's more of a dedication. So if you'll see this right here on the bottom, in honor of Daniel MC, friend, Guildmaster Yak Slapper. Daniel was one of the 3 guild leaders in my guild. I'm in the same guild I was in before streaming. I'm just kind of under a different name. The people that know me know who I am, right? In both cases. But our guild pretty much had 3 leaders, and we actually kind of tried to run PvX. So like all the one leader, Fingal, he ran he basically was in charge of the PvE missions and stuff that we would do as a guild, PvE events. Liana, Bringwin Liana, was in charge of PvP because she was actually pretty good at it. She doesn't do it all the time, but she understands it enough. And then Dan MC, he was at his heart and soul a world versus world player. If he was online, 99 times out of 100, he's probably in world versus world. And he didn't just join Zergs or whatever. He would actually like fortify towers and everything. And he would get a little bit upset that no one would actually help defend. They only cared about taking. I would join him on occasion. Playing with Dan was a literal joy. Fingal has stepped away from the game for just because he now has a family, right? His wife was also in the guild too, but obviously it's just they got a family. Leon is still actively playing, but Dan has sadly passed away. Dan actually passed away like a month or 2 before I started streaming. And back in I believe it was 2021. So it's so I like to try to remember Dan every little bit here and there that I can. So anytime I play in World versus World, I pop this up. And in some of my playthroughs of various games, I've named various things like in Digimon Cyber Sleuth, I named Karamon up to Diaboromon, Armageddon after Dan. I've named a few Pokemon in my Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon stab only playthroughs, where in one of them I could use dual types and in the other I didn't, but I ended up using all 18 types. In the monotype playthrough, my rock type Gigalith was named after Dan. And he which is actually very competent because as a world versus world player, Dan was generally a very strategetic person. Well, my Gigalith knew not Stone Edge, Stealth Rocks, which actually came into play quite a few times in that playthrough. So it was nice. But yeah, so Dan was it was to give you an idea, around the time Dan passed away, I also lost a person that was relatively close to my family. God damn it, what happened to the lag or whatever? Let's reload, get out of here. Someone I had known basically since I was a kid. When I heard she had passed away, I'm like, she was basically kind of an aunt, but like only one I saw like once every year or so. Oh, that's why, because the game wasn't the focus. I heard she had passed away, and I'm like, no, that's sad. That sucks, right? And I just moved on. But with Dan, I actually cried, right? Like, Dan was... And the thing is, IRL, I know Dan lived relatively close to me, and I always shot myself because, like, he didn't live... Now, I live in Canada, he lived in the States, but we lived, like, very close to the same border. And I always regretted not, like, going to visit him. And I don't drive, right? I just got my G1 in July. So, like, I was kicking myself. I'm like, man, if I had my G2 or my G, you know, prior to this, I could have just driven to see him, hang out with him for a day and drive back home. It sucks, but, you know, I don't regret any single moment I've ever had hanging out with Dan. He's one of the many people in life that I want to keep alive for as long as possible, even in the smallest of ways. He's along with Min, who's my VTuber mama, who designed and rigged my model, the double threat. Those are two people I will never let die on my channel. I will constantly name things after them, and I like in the same Pokemon one, not in the monotype, but in the dual type, I named a Rabombi after Min, and I told her, and she goes, okay, good, it's cute. I'm fine with that then. So yeah, those are like I always, you know, I name a few people after like others here and there, but like those are ones I always try to keep consistent because I don't want them to be forgotten. But I think, let me check, did I, yeah, oh, I had 3 points available, sweet. I must have hit 43 at some point. All right, 1 point there. And there. So now at 46, I will be officially capped on Demolitionist, and at 47, I start maxing out Brimstone. I'll probably put a point into Uzulin's Chosen when I reach there, because it'll be cleanly at 47. Like 46 cleanly gets me to 50 on the bottom, which will allow me full access at 47. So I'll do 1 and 2. And then I'll just straight max Brimstone. And then I'll probably go with Grenado next to fully max that. And then I'll probably decide on how I want to go about like Ulzin's Chosen and then Ulzin's Wrath and Vindictive Flame. And then after all that is said and done, I will start on... I need to get the bottom to 15 and I need to get Feral Hunger and Upheaval maxed. And then I will be maxed. That will be level 100. Oh, absolutely. I know Liana likes it too. Like Dan, obviously being a leader, knew many people in the guild, especially with the other leaders and stuff. And so like I know Liana likes to hear, you know, the small things I do to keep him alive. The first World v World stream, I actually had a message at the front. Where, do I still have it, or did I delete it? It was like, it was an actual, like, that stream was entirely World versus World, not just a little bit. That's when I was farming for Bolt. And I specifically, farmed, not farmed, sorry. I specifically, did like in memory of type stream. Like the whole stream was dedicated to Dan.
You see anything you like?
By the way, the reason why the thing says Yak Slapper, so that was a title Dan got in World vs. World. He was super happy that he got that title. So, I don't know if you've done much World v World in Guild Wars 2, but Doliaks are a huge part of it, escorting them to other bases for supply. In some ways, they're a very crucial part of how World v World functions to make sure everyone still keeps up with supply. It's why camps are so important in the baseline of World vs. World. And Dan would know that, so he would do a lot of yak or Dolyak escorting and killing, right, enemy Dolyaks and taking camps and stuff. Yak Slapper was an achievement in the game for killing like 10,000 Dolyaks or something like that. Like, let me see. It took him years to get. The thing was, though, they actually had to adjust the title. Was because I remember once Fingal told me, now granted this is probably back in 2015, 16, 17, maybe around that time. Fingal told me, he goes, Daimien, just so you know, if you had been killing Dolyaks, say if you killed 10 Dolyaks every half an hour, to this day you would not have the achievement. It would not be feasibly possible to have the achievement. There was no possible way without cheating to kill that many Dolyaks that fast. Is basically what I was told. Oh, I forgot to open these.
See you around.
Oops. Oh well, where's the bank? You're the bank,
Your
right?
stash safe.
Perfect.
I'll hold on to that for you.
Oh, the War Claw mount? Yeah, that's a lot of work. I don't have that in World vs. World, which sucks because it's really hard to World vs. World without a War Claw. No one waits for you, so it's just like everyone's always running ahead of you. I want to get it, but the only times I go into World vs. World is specifically for legendaries, because I have no other reason to be in there. And the War Claw requires you to do a different mastery track than the legendary one. All the other components are relatively easy to get. That's the only one that just kind of like puts me off, because it's like I don't want to max a mastery track that isn't going to get me a gift of battle. Anyways, we are going to end the stream. That was fun. Like, it wasn't what I wanted it to be, for sure. But I am still happy with how this turned out. Like, knowing that I'm pretty much all caught up on shrines. There's 2 shrines that are classified within areas or acts 3 and 1. I can't get the act 1 yet though, because it requires getting to act 4 first, which makes me question why the fuck it's even counted as act 1. And then I need to get to act I need to get to act 4 before I can do that one. And
What, to get the mount in the overworld? You mean to get Warclaw in the overworld? I guess, but do you even get any function from it? Because it's like, it's not until Janthier that you actually, the Warclaw has PvE function. Like, prior to Janthier, the Warclaw was the worst mount in PvE. And anything that makes the Warclaw good is tied behind masteries that you'd need Janthier to get, like removing all fall damage. On another note, going back to the cross stitch, I know I've not released the time lapse yet. I posted an image of it on the r/cross stitch, and someone mentioned that I should backstitch, which they told me I should, which means that I should be, which just means outline. So I should outline it. So I'm on a debatable fence as to whether I do that on stream or not. Again, I'd just be watching anime when I did it, but it really wouldn't take that long to do. So, because it's just outlining everything. It's just basically going in a straight line across the whole pattern. It's not going to mean a whole lot. So like it's, in all honesty, that stream would probably take like, I'm probably going to overestimate when I say this, but an hour or two, because, heaven forbid, I thought that Doki Bird cross stitch was only going to take 1 day, and it took me 4, and each stream averaged 10 hours. The whole thing took me 41 hours to complete, right? So like, but I would want the outline footage tied to I would want that in the thing. Or I could just do it off stream and just show it as an after effect, which I might consider. I might ask for some more advice from some other people as well on how to go about that. But anyway, I'm gonna end it here. Tomorrow, if I'm feeling up to it, we'll see. But I should be. Tomorrow we'll try and get into Halo 3. As mentioned with Halo 2, even though I have experience with Halo 3, I have kind of just decided for the Halo games going forward, I'm just going to play on easy. Because after the fucking hell I had with Halo 1, Halo Reach wasn't bad on normal, but I was also familiar with it. But Halo 1 just killed my soul. Outside of maybe playing with friends, I don't see myself ever playing Halo 1 ever again. Sweet, that's great. I also, after this stream ends, I pretty much am immediately going to be making the waiting room for the next one. So probably, like, if I end the stream, let's say it's about 8:30 for me, by like 8:45 the stream will be up. I think I might have to make the thumbnail though. Let's see. Did I make the Halo 3 thumbnail yet? I have not. I have Reach, Combat Evolved, Halo 2, I have to make. But that, I can literally make that right now. Because it's so easy. I just load up the save file, the Photoshop file for Halo 2, and change the 2 to a 3. Can you believe it? Okay. Can it truly be that easy to do? 3 space file save as Halo 3 file export. Whoops. There's one other thing I gotta change. No, this. Or no, not 2, sorry, 4. File save, file export. Halo 3.1.
But yeah, I'll probably just be playing them all on easy because I don't see, I just want to play the games, right? And Halo 2 is way better than Halo 3, or Halo 1, I mean. But I just want to have fun. I'm not collecting anything. I don't care about the achievements. I just want to play through the main game, and enjoy myself. So the alternative is I pop out and switch. I'd rather play on an easier difficulty than cheats, because the thing is, like I said, most of the time when I cheat, I prefer to cheat to save time. The only times I do, like, a good example is with Ys 2. I think that's the greatest example, where I just got fucking done with it. Another example is Sword of Mana, or whatever the first Mana game was, Secret of Mana. Those are games I basically cheated the whole way through. I put, like, fucking Ys, I put invincibility on. Like, I was fucking done with that game. Every boss required the rod to beat, and you could run out of magic in the middle of the boss fight, and then just kind of had to sit there as it slowly, ekingly regenerated. So yeah, I just said fuck it, put on invincibility, infinite magic, and just beat every boss in the game with no real difficulty. And then in Secret of Mana, the thing that pissed me off the most was just the combat meter thing at the bottom of the screen. I had to wait for that to charge to 100%, or else I wasn't getting full powered swings on my attacks. So I just said fuck it, and I put on a cheat that just guaranteed I had 100% all the time, right? Because guess what? Trials of Mana doesn't have that, and it's an infinitely better game. Now, granted, the original Secret of Mana had that too. This isn't just a remake change, but I still don't like it. I'm inclined to that opinion. So I'm hoping Vision of Mana doesn't have anything like that, but Trial of Mana did such a good job not doing it. I don't see why not. But Vision of Mana might also be an interesting one too, because if it's anything like Trial of Mana, where there's multiple party members, but you only get to pick a few of them, I may end up doing multiple playthroughs, depending on how it goes. Because I did end up playing Trials of Mana 3 times to fight each boss and stuff, so we'll see. But yeah. Anyway, with that said, my name is Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. If you friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council, I'll see you later. Goodbye, everyone.